Okay, good afternoon from Toronto. So let's continue the work from yesterday. In the last two records we were looking at was MA1, MD1 from this long document. Yep. And then I noticed something right after I terminated the stream last night. It's Toronto. Let's open other cities as well. Not sure. I think I opened a different year's record for one of these cities. Either way, I think I'm going to come across the discrepancy that I'm about to point out. So we may have to fix some of our earlier weather identifiers, meaning the code that's responsible to pull out the measurement from these records. So we are writing the parser for each one of these columns. And we have over 200, but I think we are left with roughly 20-25 today. Most of them will not be necessary. Let's open the last city here too. Istanbul, no, Toronto, I opened it. This is Toronto. You know what? I'm going to pull this to the... Oh, you move as a block instead of... So... Yes, I haven't opened Tokyo yet. I'll know soon if I have another one here. Yeah. Okay, so what I noticed, the sea level pressure in Tokyo is all missing. Although these 6 fields are mandatory, I'm really not sure why they didn't bother right here. But what I found during my investigation is that they are using MA1 as a replacement for SLP. So that will have to be, let's say, recap. So in SLP, in this calculation, this is going to give errors because it's going to say, it has poor pressure quality because it's all 9s. Okay. So we need to do something Tokyo when it comes to SLP. So we have to write some extra code here if that's the case. This is going to fail too because there is no previously healthy value there. Because sometimes in other cities when you have missing part right here, I have a recursive function which finds the previously known healthy value. So this is going to be copied over here, which is not going to be the case for Tokyo because it's all gone or it doesn't exist. So instead we should take these values as SLP. And I think I might have seen something like that for MW1 or MD1. I think it's MD1, which is used instead of DU. And I think that was in Bangkok or... Yeah, one of these had a similar problem. We'll see. Either way, that's what we are going to do today. So let's keep SLP open here. I don't think we'll need dew or temperature. So looking at my notes, we were at MA1. MA1, yes. Let's open and then make sure that we are done in this because I think we passed this very quickly. Which is responsible for pressure. Yeah, this is what I noticed. Here, this MA1 will be... Now for Toronto, this is not a problem because, yeah, like I said, I'm already doing replacement here. However, I still want to investigate the MA1 situation for Toronto. Let's see. So we are looking at this column and this column. I already see an interesting pattern here. By the way, this MA1 doesn't have to be the exact value that we see in SLP. The explanation is this one. The pressure value to which an aircraft altimeter is set so that it will indicate the altitude relative to mean sea level of an area. So in other words, it's close enough. Technically, it's not the same thing. So when it says 10 on 9, I often find that this value is slightly higher. So 10, 10, 10,112. So if we ran our code on Tokyo, this file would give a lot of errors still. So in fact, it wouldn't find, so this one, it wouldn't find the previously held value. Let's simulate that. To simulate that, what do we need? We need to first convert this to a TSV file. Is yes, this is Tokyo. Let's run our macro. Run it. Okay, I believe this saved, yeah, a macro TSV file. Good. I need this guy. This, change the folder. So this is how I was running Toronto file. So let's change this a bit. Tokyo. Here's Tokyo. I don't remember how to do autocomplete here. Going to name. (2010) Microscopic, then tab. Oh, yes, I mistyped. 4767. Oh, microscopic TSV. Okay, what I was guessing. Yeah, cannot read property SLP of undefined. Doesn't think this file has SLP. Why is that? Okay, no. Tokyo microscopic, this CSV file, SLP is, must be here. You all said. So right before the red, we have a blue, which should have P. So there is no ED values, there's SLP. SLP is here. This is also not a meaningful error. This is not my kind of. In other words, the code has failed. It's not a proper error message that I'm giving. And it also failed at in this function. When we are passing SLP 0 pressure, oh, okay, I know why it failed. Okay, this actually checks out. Because in the Toronto case, when it failed, there was one previously known healthy value. In Tokyo, there is no, from this row's point of view, it's still trying to look up here. This is not even in the file. For the first record, there is no previous record. So therefore, it's going to say there is no SLP, property SLP. So that makes sense. This is when we'll do some special case for Tokyo. Anyway, the code works. Good news. At least it's broken in a meaningful way. Investigate this a bit more. So now we are discussing whether we should use MA1 as a replacement for this. Number of fields are not the same. This is 4 fields, this is 2 fields, but I think the first 2 fields are important. Let's read. This is a more correct measurement for us instead of altimeter, but I think that's missing too. So we'll just go with first one, or the first 2. I'm curious if there is a 9 in the second field. Let's go to regex. What we are looking for is something like digit that is repeated 5 times. It's too many digits, it's thinking. Fix it, reload, write it a bit different. Imagine it's this first, so don't start selecting, now start selecting. Which is still thinking. Okay. Now we have a lot of matches. So after those 5 digits, I want you to actually, you start with this. Should have at least selected these guys. Followed by a 9, but it's going to select the other ones too. Want this part. Could have been this. Let's enable multi-line. Matches any digit character 5 times, followed by comma and. Actually, I don't want to match it. That's the whole point. There is no match. There is no 9 here. So that answers my question. So there is no 9 in the second section here. There might be in a different city, but in this case, there isn't. Will I find a different pattern? Let's check here. So how can this script decide in a safe way when to use MA1? Because normally there's error correcting. Let's say if it sees this, it uses this. Because this is now fixed, in here it's going to use the fixed value, so it's going to complete all this with this. But if all of them are missing, from our point of view, we should. How will the script know that? Because it doesn't know. It actually thinks, well, there is no such thing I can find. Hence the problem. So this is approaching the problem from the min-max point of view. This is how I reasoned last time. If SLP value is 5 nines, that is above maximum. This is not a meaningful error checking. It just made sense at that point. All 99,999 is over the max value, so I'm saying, well, that's not a meaningful value. Go and find it. You know, much as I hate it, if that's the case, maybe I'll do a manual replacement. So this is Tokyo. Okay, let's close Tokyo. Let's reopen Tokyo's file again. When I notice this problem, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this. Then when I run my macro, so you just did TSV, another one, right? Date modified. Oh, this should have been over. So what was there? I think I clicked it too quick. So Tokyo airport. It removed it from clipboard. This one. Let's save this file. New macros, this one, run. The file named already. Oh, I should have said yes there. Okay. Okay, done. 150. Now we'll take this file again. This error should. Now this is okay, because this is exactly what we want to see. It tried to do something with temperature. Third and fourth row, messages. It has out of bounds temperature, and here there's poor temperature quality. So we need to be told about these cases so we can do stuff. The other type of error was just catastrophic error. This is gracefully failing, let's say. Good. Now, this means that now we know what this is, but we may not have to write a parser for MA. We just use MA1's values as kind of a safe case, right? Worst case scenario, I will put a note here that we will come back to MA1 in worst case scenario. Might have to incorporate an SLP replacement programmatically. For now, we are using it manually, using the values this field. That's really what it is. So there might be a similar story in MD1. Actually, no, not in MD1. The next one. This is the tendency, the change part that is important, because this is the kind of thing we do. Yes, we see the pressure. Is it going up? Is it staying? Or is it going down? Well, that's what this is going to be telling us. Except I'm not sure if MD1 exists for all stations. It does for this. Toronto does it. Tokyo. Oh, Tokyo. Check the original data. Yeah, there is no such thing. I guess in the game code, what I can do is ideally for this hour, if I'm reading if it's falling or not, if I can't find that information, I'm going to look at the next hour's SLP value. If this is higher than the current hour, then I'll say it's rising or it's falling. So I'll do on the fly error checking. Or maybe I'll incorporate that into the JSON file anyway. Which brings me to this question. Okay. So when I'm outputting SLP, just the pressure, I should be putting tendency here too. This tendency should be coming from either the MD1, right? Or that calculation that I just talked about. I need another field here. It's tendency. And okay, let's look this up first in the document. Because I have to normalize the value. The code. There are 9. 9 is missing. Okay, 0 is increasing, then decreasing. Atmospheric pressure the same, higher than 3 hours. So maybe we could simplify this. So 0, 1, 2, they are all increasing. 3 is decreasing or steady. Then 4 is steady, and then 5 is again then increasing. Okay, it's not exactly a roller coaster there. Okay, I think if I'm gonna have to incorporate the lookup, How am I going to do that? So I'm already doing something like, for each record, if it's missing, go and find the previously healthy value. So something like, I was gonna first write the tendency for the first row, go all the way to the last record and just hard code it steady, but I think I'm going to skip one. So I'm going to say mark the first one steady. Go and figure out the tendency for the second row. Check the second row's pressure. Compare it to the first one. Decide if it's increasing or decreasing. So the first one being steady and all the rest is just going to calculate itself. Not a big deal if the first one is for the steady. Because it's going to wrap at some point. As long as there's something there, it's fine. So we could do that. I'm not sure whether I'll do that here. This kind of knows its index. It knows whether it's the first row or not. So we could do something like tendency, just stupidly hard coding it right now. If index is 0, okay, call it steady. If not, then call it it's crazy. Okay, that's fine. Now here we'll do some calculation. Almost looks like another utils function. Function decide pressure tendency. Do I bother with this many values? Let's see. Let's look at Toronto. I think it was decreasing today. It's changed. It's falling. Okay, that's a better name than decreasing. So I think the value is rising, falling. Can't remember the stable name. Call it steady. Okay. So I'm not going to do an index case here. This is the job of side pressure tendency. It's not available to us because I haven't saved this file. Also, I have not exported this. Side pressure tendency. What we want to do. We are in fact working on weather mechanics. So if the stream numbers are correct, we have 2 YouTube viewers, so hi to you, and 1 Twitch viewer. Those numbers might be wrong, so either way, you're having a good Saturday. So we gotta put something like this here. By the way, if index is 0, okay, you just say return stop. Now, which means this requires index. This also requires a record. Perhaps records. If index is not 0, it's bigger than 0, so we can do something like this. Index -1 is the previous record, and index is the current record. So we gotta compare these two. So we gotta do something like this is a simple if-else check. If the difference is bigger than 0, I'll tidy this up soon. Necessary. Or just write it like this, I don't care. If the previous record is bigger than current record, that means the current record is telling us that the pressure is falling. Okay. Else if, because I'm doing a return statement, if we haven't returned, we are already here. If it's less than current record, we are rising. If nothing works, it's still steady. Okay, what it is. When I save this, go to Firefox, because it has a nice JSON renderer. This is for Toronto. I should be opening Tokyo. Mind you, this code is going to work for Toronto as well, as long as I'm switching to Toronto. Yes, this one. There you go. This is exactly where we have the trouble. 105, 5 records. I'm not passing anything in here. That's the dumbest thing I can do. Let's run. So all has been processed. It's done. Now, if I refresh this, should have under SLP tendency steady. Steady. Let's look at some other values. So we should see 1 out of 3 values steady. Jesus. Holy fuck, man. So steady. For this to happen, I'm gonna look at 19 and 20 because I know, or like from 17 to 24, because I know these values exist. I might have coincidentally hit the parts here that kind of looked missing and it was replaced with the steady values. Because if this is missing and we are taking this value to this value, it's going to be steady. So maybe I hit those values. So 17 to 24-ish. That's worrisome. Yeah, that's concerning. Okay, that's why you test stuff. Ooh. I know why. So this is going to return steady. Perfect. These two are never true. When you get the previous records, sorry, you get the previous record, that record is this whole row. should be looking for the SLP. And in the SLP, you need to split it by comma and then take the first index. Which is what this is doing. This is the current row's pressure. So we'll do something like this here. The previous row's SLP, split that. Take the first value. This has to be a parse float. Now it got complicated. Do this. Compare this to this to be just index. You take this, change the sign. This should work. On fish in falling, that's good news. Falling, rising between, we might always be rising. Maybe this one will, it's still rising. And actually we can confirm if it's really rising. This value is higher than this value. Of course, this compared to this is going to, now look here, this is 30 compared to 17, it's 47 rising. Then you go to 82 rising, perfect. Then finally, it's still rising, now it's 67%. Still rising, good. Now it starts to fall. So it hits 26 and then it's coming down to 21 here. So, okay, we have something good here. And this is unfortunately going to be steady. Hardcode that. This is steady compared to some other imaginary previous value. Let's start somewhere. That makes sense. Amy Lewis, you're a bot, you're banned. Bye. That's that. So that's that. I'm checking the light in the room. I see myself dark in the camera. There's just too much light coming in from the window. Anyway, you're not here to see my face. Maybe I made it a little bit better. Okay, so I'm glad we worked out an important part. I think this makes sense, the way the order of records, right? This is the quality code based on this. This is atmospheric pressure change, 3-hour quantity. This is how much change there is to justify whether it's steady, falling, or rising. This is the quality check based on this. This is the 24-hour change. We're kind of ignoring all this. This is MD1. I'm going to put a note here and I'll say we worked out pressure tendency with pressure tendency with SLP values by looking previous records. That's how we did it. Okay, let's go to our list again. We have just finished the discussion for MA1, MD1, and we are at ME1, which is multiple. Okay, geopotential height isobaric level. What is the code? I see. So there are different scales. Looks like 75, 75, and then 150, and here too. This feels like something you don't need. Let's look at our data points. In fact, I don't recall seeing ME1. It's ignored. So MD1 is used. But the values are all missing, so it's useless. This is Bangkok. This is Tokyo. Doesn't exist. It's Toronto. It says E1. Yeah, we just looked it up, right? We just finished it. Decreasing. Yeah, we dealt with that. ME1 doesn't exist, so bye. What else? MF1. Let's save this as MF1. Oh. The start of an atmospheric pressure observation. Okay. MF1. MF. It's as if that information has already been calculated somewhere else. So write it. I think this is really measured somewhere else. F1 is done. MG1. So let's look here. This is, well, this is done. This is kind of done. You have to look at what we did yesterday. This is definitely missing. MG1. How is this any different than the previous one? Curious. Average station as opposed to like the same thing. Start of an atmospheric pressure observation. That is also a start of. This to me feels like the exact same thing. So, except this title is different. Moving on, P1 MH1. H1. This is the monthly. The data for that, I don't recall seeing it either. So it's as if we are clear until MW. Of course, that's only for 4 cities. Whereas this is the monthly one. So MH1, MK1. Okay, now we are at MV. Okay, done MV, and then we have the MWs. So this might be helpful, but they didn't bother with this. Which I believe is mentioned here. Let's go through this ordeal. 1, which is present weather in vicinity observation. So we'll do 2. 5, 6, 6. Okay, now we'll count down from MW to MW 7. Let's write the name. Oh, this is only 2 fields anyway. Yeah, 7 markers like this, but each one has 2 fields. And this one also has 2 fields. Good. But the difference is, let's read more of this. Present weather observation. This is the in vicinity. So I guess they care for this one, not the other one. Pretty much is following the same pattern here, right? Atmospheric condition code. This one is manual atmospheric condition. Same idea. Showers in vicinity. This is a longer list. And it's broken down by, I see, groups of events. So this is important. So a quick stretching legs break. Be back. So yeah, this part looks more important. So 7 different measurements. I guess we'll investigate how many of them are used. I see 3. This is Toronto. Talk. 2 are used. This is Istanbul. 3 are used, except 3 are used in the sense that we have header spot. The first value is when January 2nd, 4:20 in the morning. Code is 81. Well, 1 is the quality check, it's 80. This is going to be tricky because what's happening otherwise? It's missing. And this is Tokyo. Get Tokyo. Oh. Now this is sometimes what Excel does. I noticed this before. Okay, sometimes it skips the whole thing, like say line row 183, there should be something, and yet it's skipping. If I manually go there, I bet I'll find something. There it is. So that shortcut that is control down arrow is skipping all the way to the end, which makes me believe there is nothing, and yet there is something. If I look at another sheet, which is kind of the copy of this is a copy of this sheet minus some values. I think I just answered my own. There's a formula here that is copying the values from the other sheet, but writing it into A1, and it's propagating all the way here, but physically this cell is empty. This is like an image of that other one. So I have to be looking for the values here. But then I see something else that is concerning. Let's see. Yep, everything checks out. That's fine. So this is MW1, line 180. 80, we should see something. We do see those 5 records. This is going to have minus some rows that are removed. So that's okay. So this is going to be most likely the quality code for this one. Let me check that, and then I'll focus on this. It is. So we still have to do a basic quality check. But we do have a lot of values to work with here. Lack of an MW1 report normally indicates that the station did not report any presence. So this is what we'll do. we'll take all this. Be difficult. 29, we took it. Yeah. Then here to here. Right. Copy, paste. Then from here to here. Okay. Let's just do basic cleanup here. We don't really need this garbage. About it. Now, what we can do here is multiple replacement. But this is sequential, okay? This acts more like an array instead of a see. This is kind of an overkill, but okay, so we turn this into an array. What do I want to do here? I want to do something like going to see 2 digits, space equal space. Replace this with in fact, now is the right time to use my own tool, regex train, with the text, the rule. We do want to apply this rule. We're going to do something like 2 digits. You can actually take that. Okay. Replace that with this. Don't run that yet. Then when you see end of line, you don't just do that yet, you do this. So that's that. It's out. Time of observation and here mist, some haze, hail, so mist, haze. Now we could also wrap this way, like square brackets and dot. So that is actually data. We need to register the value for it. What is the name for this weather observation? I'm going to go to VS Code, close all this, work, data. I need JSON file. Separate system. I might eventually push it into Here, this is weather observation, right? This is it. What is the oh? Should have had 99 lines here. Something is not correct. Something is not. Oh, am I missing G? Oh, going to do it. Let's link this. Nope. Let's do this. Dump all this. Oh, I see. It doesn't end with a because there is no end of line. This should end with a line. So let's put a line that's going to force this copy. I'll just remove that end. So do this. This still looks awkward, but copy this, paste into JSON lint, clear, paste, validate. This is not correct. So it prematurely put this here. Funnel clouds, tornado cloud, or water spout. Line 20 or this 20. So it thinks of PDF puts a premature end of line here. That's the problem. There. Okay, this should all be single lines. That's the problem. We'll just change the input and this is fine because there is no end here. It's just wrapping. Forced. This is not forced. Take this, change the input, force the end of line. This is good. Clear. Put this. Validate. Done. Now you put this in here, and you should have 102 minus 1 minus 1 here, 100. It's an array of 100. So the value will hold is going to be the index number. We can just easily look it up here. And I have a feeling I'm gonna simplify this later. For now, the values are secure. The interpretation of the values are secure. It's secure. Done. We still need to hold So turns out this Toronto on January 1st they issued 3 weather observations. Let's look it up. So there's 60, sorry, there's 10, 61, 71. There's mist. There's rain, not freezing. There's continuous fall of snowflakes. Parsing point of view, because the expander is applying, it's processing these columns individually. But this acts more like an array now. So it's misty, there's rainfall, there's also intermittent snow. That's what this is. And sometimes the observation is, I guess, not changing, or they are not reporting. It's insignificant. So let's look at this one. From 71 snowfall, it switches to O2, which is state of sky on the whole unchanged. They say, okay, it's unchanged. I'll ignore that. Then it goes to 85. So there's snow showers, slight. So because right now I'm abusing it here, right? There's a whole other layer where we convert this to animation. I'm not gonna bother with that for the time being. I want to see observation. Something like too many windows. I want to write this MW7 and I'll pretend what I'm writing is going to be true for all the MWs. First of all, change this to MW7. This is something we have to take into account. This was a problem for this one, right? For example, should actually say this. And this is going to be the conversation we should have. slowly forming it in my mind. So let's run this, and this is going to give a ton of errors. It won't, because in index not exporting this index file here. So let's W7, and then you got to do MW7. You also need to use this in here. Now it should fail. Ooh-wee. Done. Now this doesn't exist. By the way, this is kind of poor. It actually is poor message. This row for MW7 you could write, because this kind of error exists for pretty much who wants to. The beauty of it is, yeah, we should still type it, because if it fails for multiple reasons, we'll see. However, once we fix it, we won't need it anyway. Okay, that's fine. Same results, same error. So we know that this doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, is this a big deal? No, it's not. In the case of GA1, it didn't exist. It was a problem, because GA1 is about cloudiness, and we kind of needed that information. So we are trying to find a previously healthy value. So we do fix for that. There may even be a different problem here that's like, well, if there is no health value, then we hard code one, something like that. Either way, this is kind of done. No further error. This, on the other hand, this is an optional field. All the way from 1 to 7. It could be there, it could not be there. Even if it's there, the value might not exist. So, because in the GA1's case, yeah. One. Go up. Yeah. Sometimes it was missing, so like these. Figuring it out. That's fine. Now, obviously, that's going to be the case for many of these. Sometimes, for a good reason, they don't report. So, how do we handle that? Let's look at the values. It's missing. Could we just mark it 0? The interpretation, we say not observable, not observed. And we have that wind warning in effect. Yep, it's blowing really fast out there. So we might have power outage. Is this stream stops right in the middle? How do we? I don't think anyone bothers to measure 7 or record 7 observations. Nevertheless, for MW1, the value is missing too, so this is going to be true for So let's look at this. Something like this. I force it to be 0. You know, that is it. Okay. If it's 0, what happens? Yeah, I will change the meaning of this later in that other file that I just saved, the JSON file. Uh, yeah, because whereas 99 is usually missing in other fields, this field's 99 is something meaningful. So I'm going to pretend 0 is doing the job. So we'll check some situation in the basement regarding the storm. Otherwise, the stream is going up.
this total galaxy. The real deep down you is the whole universe. And it's doing your living organism and all its behavior. It's expressing it as a singer sings a song.
Okay, Big Lappy, I'm back too. But I think you'll be back. Yeah, the viewers, the number of viewers that I see in the stream dashboard is it's misleading sometimes. You might be around. In that case, welcome. So what was I doing just before I took off for securing some stuff from the store? I was going to mark some value 0. However, we have 7 measurements. So they could be in an array. However, how am I going to output all that stuff here? So let's say, now that we secure the value, okay, if we run this, this is no longer going to say it doesn't exist. Just going to say, well, what is the minimum and maximum condition? And for this, we have to go to constants and say, this is something I gotta do like I could hold different fields here, W1, because I'm actually doing linear stuff anyway, right? So it doesn't matter. I could be doing something like MW1, something like this. Now call this observation because it's not going to matter yet. So the minimum is this, maximum is 99. So it will normalize it. Yeah, I can also do this because we are getting these soon. Do this. Of course, when you do that, it's going to revert because you got this and this. Good. So now we need many more. This one. honestly, at some point I could just cut it to 3. What is it that you don't like? MW3 and 4? What is it? Oh, I accidentally removed this. Okay. Yeah, I'm really abusing it here. Okay. More like it. So now it will also say everything is okay. I can normalize this. Except this is not found yet, because that's not really what I'm looking for. So I'm going to replace all the bit with observation. Now that observation will be found, I don't need to export this. I just need to read its quality. Because it all are missing, and I'm saying all is 0. The quality is 1. We'll pass this because it's going to be 0. It's also going to be done here too in the minimum check. So this will just go through. Now if you look here, we should be able to see MW7, except it's marked as observation. That is happening because I should be returning this as MW7 this and this. I'll run it again. There you go. So now we'll have many more MW. Yeah, I want to double check the stream. Don't throw again. Not form. Okay, inception time. Everything else should be just fine too. Let's go back to this guy. Now I can do this for the other 6. In fact, I'm just going to pretend that MW1 exists and let's see what kind of response I'm getting. This is going to be replaced W1. All the rest should stay the same. We have the constants min-max done for us. So let's just run the script again. This is okay. Let's see what the situation is here. Of course, when I do that, I often forget to export it. It's exported here, but it is not recognized here. Also has to be exported at this level. One. Also in expander, I need to MW1, I need to use done. Good. Fresh. and we have MW1. Now this is good. This is good. Now let's look at this value in here. Because I haven't run the macro, this 21 may not match that other 21. We can check that. Yeah, we have scary wind out there. Yep, we do have this, right? So let me, yeah, this is all normalized, so it's hard to read, but you know, this is sanitized. I think there's a version of this. Or not. Let's look at this macroscopic JSON. Line for record 21. Okay, 85 and 5. Oh, by the way, I'm not really taking the second part into account. So what is 85? Let's first double check that. Is most likely be snow showers, not show showers. Anyway, 85 in a scale of 1 to or 0 to 99, or it's like it's 100 scale. This is going to be roughly 0.85, which is what this is going to tell. So it's good. So the normalization is done. Normalization is done. I feel like there's a missing link here. I'm gonna ask the following question. Are there any comma 9 value in any of these MW blocks? That would be troublesome. I think that's the creeping. You can easily look for that. That is going to be comma. No match. So that's good. There is none. This doesn't mean there will never be. Istanbul M1. I don't think they really know about that. That sort of doesn't make sense either, because why would they? This one doesn't even exist. Oh, this is the macroscopic ones. We know, we established that fact. However, this is what we can do. Side. If the observation quality is bad, well, we are actually getting a warning. If we get this warning in the future for these blocks, I'm going to revert to this case. Will actually be fine. Funny happened. Discord decided to do something. I don't. Where is Discord now? In my. What happened to this code? Did it crash? Something happened, I don't know. Kind of worrisome. Let's just launch code again. Nope, it's still running. I don't really know what happened. Okay, anyhow, so as I was saying, if there is a poor quality, then I will take care of it by hard coding it to not observed value. So that means we could use this formula for the other. That 3 is done, 4 is done, and remember we already did 7. 6 is done. This should all be put into this. So mu 3 going to do autocomplete. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Uh, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's do this. One more. Delete 1, 6, 5. And there's no shame in copying and pasting. Take this here. They just have to be imported though. That 5 set to import. Kind of curious though why. Because like an idiot, I'm still using this, right? Okay. This to change. Now this is going to be painted normal. Normal here. Yeah, normal here too. The order is wrong. Care about the order. Yeah, it's all reversed. Okay. So if I do this, good. Yeah, I did it in reverse order. That's why it actually. Good. So I have to go and mark the other ones. This one. Three, 5. I've already done that. 4 is missing. So now all of them are used. which means even if it doesn't exist, we'll just say 0. And in the game, if it's 0, I'll ignore it. If it's not, then I'll do array concatenation and whatever the values. That's going to be handled all in. So if you run the script now, 7 fields have been processed and 7 fields have been output. MWs. There you go. Okay. I'm not bothering to combine this because they are already going to be flattened here. In fact, they are. Only this text has to be converted to a normal value. So we shall see. This feels like a huge step forward. We have only 12, maybe 20 left. Some of these are multiple. It should be okay. Should be okay. So let's start reading about the next section. MW is finished. We have wind data. Interesting. We already have wind data provided to us here. Direction and speed. Maybe this is going to talk about something else. For example, right now in Toronto, we do have gusting wind. It goes between these two. So when it gusts, it's really fast, like this. Right now, in this record, we only get to see the speed as one value, but we don't have the gust value. So I'm guessing this is providing the gust speed. So this is Toronto. Surprised they didn't bother with OA. I'm going to open a different year's record for Toronto. 2002. Good old Excel, thinking. We don't even know what it's doing, but I know it's opening. Do you have, yeah, see, for that year, there's OA. Just surprised they even have this, which we ignored, I think. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to massage this a bit better. What is KA1? Skipped all that, right? Extreme air temperature. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I need to be doing a lot of cleanup here. A lot of missing values here and which means a lot of the fields that we skipped yesterday and today, we may have to revisit them. I have a feeling that this is, by the way, 190. That I'm going to port 198 and I'm going to include them in expanders so that each one can do its job, even if it's not going to be relevant. It has to be processed and it should say, well, whatever, it's good, you know. I'm going to skip here at this level. Right now, it looks skipped because we are not even processing it. So how can you ever know if it's working or not? Between this year's Toronto data, 2002 and 2010, there are some fields that have been used in each file or either file, you know. So we'll see. We'll see. So where are we exactly? We are at OA1. Supplementary wind observation. So for 2002, we have some gust information. Yes, 2010 was a calm year. Up to 3 occurrences of the following item. Maximum gust speed. Okay, let's look at OA1 for 2002. This one, right there. January 1st, some odd hour, something. 324.0165. And then there has to be another field. There you go. So 3 is maximum instantaneous wind speed. And the second is 24 hours. The quantity of time over which, so in the last 24 hours, instantaneous wind speed was 16.5 meters per second. I'm interested in the values that actually say 4. Oh, I see. They are actually doing this. So there's probably going to be another one. So in later years, I guess they didn't bother with this. So here's what we'll do. We'll copy this into this area. We'll look for cases where it says 4 and then any digit, except when it's starting with 4. Are you finding any? You don't, but you should be able to find this either. So there is no gusting wind. 2002. Let's look at another file. Save. Um, 1998. This is still Toronto. Oh. You don't have OA. $1987. No such thing. Which one of these cities might have gusting? Tokyo. 91. Guessing. No such thing as OA1. Bangkok, 2002. Disappointed. I will write it, skip it, because this is how I'm going to make sure that everything is processed. I'm going to have that long list. For now, we'll do it from the template. Close this. From the template, you save it as OA1. The comment. And there's going to be OA2, OA3, 1. Maybe there's another marker that gives gust speed. They've been useful to have here. There's OB1 and OB2. I don't remember seeing OB. Don't remember seeing a lot of things actually. Yeah, we have OC coming up. Let's mark this OB1, OB2 here. Okay. So that's done. Now we are at OC1. Seems to be existing. Some of these files. This is a long field list. Ah, there you go. Separate field for the gust, which is reassuring wind gust observation. So this is the file. I have a feeling we'll need this, so I'm actually writing it. CU1. We are measuring it by speed. Okay. This is not what you return. This is what you return. OC1. You do this. This. Should probably change my template. In fact, I'm actually going to do that. So here, most likely you are going to return ID like this. What it is. Back to OC1. Now, if OC1 doesn't exist, which is an interesting topic because sometimes it won't exist because there is no gusting. Look at Toronto. And let's look at the explanation. Speed rate. This is a simple case. If it's not there, Yeah, this is an interesting case. Let's look at here and let's put OC speed. Minimum is going to be 50. Maximum will be 1100. This is meters per second. In other words, when you see 1000, that's actually 100 meters. You gotta divide that value by 10, scaling factor. So at some point, I'm gonna have to take this out. This has to be coming. This has to be kept in JSON, so both GDScript and this Node.js can use it. This is an internal mechanism that I'm using to make sure that the values are safe. When the values are used in Godot, they are already converted to safe and normal. Only this part has to be shared both. This could also use the scale factor, which we are not holding. We kind of do that conversion in Godot during the simulation. But also the pixel, when we write all this information into an image, the column number or the pixel value, we also keep that as a separate thing in Godot right now. That could also be kept here too. In other words, when this information is written, well, this is the template that's applied to the data. So the first row's first column is going to give us direction in the image, and the second pixel is going to give us speed. It's sequential, but when you write this in Godot, it doesn't know. In other words, in a different part of the game, if we are interested in knowing this, Godot won't know the pixel number, so it has to look at some structure like this that is going to say, well, read the 13th pixel, whatever. The reason why I'm also saying that is because we cannot just depend on this being in the right index, because some of these fields have multiple measurements. Crazy stuff. Anyway, that's what OC1 is. So we have to take into account the missing parts. If it's missing, we'll just say 0. If it's really missing, meaning like this, which is this case, we also have to put 0. When we put 0 though, here's a bit of a problem. Then it's going to fail at this level, because 0 will be out of bounds. In fact, I can simulate that right now. Let's open GA1 again, because I kind of need this. This line here. This one. And I think I did yeah, I think I fixed it here, right? This row, whatever. This row for, that's also going to be ID, which means I can also take that. This row is also will get replaced. OC1 is not part of the show. It should be One. Get that show going. P1. And when you run this, it's going to say that row doesn't exist, and some of them will exist. Some exist. Forgot which row. AR is the one we are. AR. So this. But I haven't done the macro treatment yet, so this number is wrong. Anyway, some number doesn't exist, some exist. A lot of them will. So when a lot of them are missing, we could do something like this. It's done. We could do something like, well, assume gust speed is 0. Now it will exist from this point of view. The quality will pass because it's 1, but it's going to fail at this level. It's going to say it has out of bounds. It should have. So yeah, I'm processing it for sure. Going to fail it intentionally. Let's say it's 2. Should stop me here. Yo, Tekla P. How are you? Why is this happening? My one, yeah. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Oh, I know why. Instead of fixing the record, I'm actually returning the result that I want to use. So it never comes here. There. I'm gonna say it has poor quality. I'm doing okay. A lot of hard work processing this long document, this PDF document, which is we are nearing the end. So there's light at the end of the tunnel. So trying to have a very accurate weather system. It's different parts showing. Hopefully the weather effects will be accurate enough that we can actually make sense of these values visually. Building a portfolio website. Do you have any good WordPress template? Not really, but I use Theme Forest. They have a great collection and they are cheap. I don't know, under $50. because it really saves you from a lot of work. The time you spend on fixing and finding cheap things or free things is sometimes not worth the money. But I don't have anything that I can remember. A lot of the free ones are okay too when you install it, and it lets you install themes. I guess when it comes to portfolio, it's that like large picture. There's that format, and then there's the short, not short, multiple little pictures, clickable areas. Those are really two styles that I see often. Blend Game Studio. Blend Game Studio. I do remember this picture. This looks good. I think this is. Let's check it during the stream right now, and then it's a good break for me, 5-10 minutes, and then I'll go back to formation processing. I think this template looks good. I would put a different title here because if this is the logo, it's kind of repeated. My eye goes to repeating pattern. Let's scroll down. I would make the L capital here. Yeah, this L, I would make that capital. Also M here, maybe capital, so it looks more like title, especially if this GameDev is all title case. Yeah. So another thing I'll say about the text under the titles, I would go with one style. So if you're writing a sentence here, which is we can create versus we create. Okay, I'll talk about the difference between the two, but then here it turns into a gerund form. So this is more like it's a different style, so that maybe you should go with we, and like you talk about the action instead of, this is sort of in the passive kind of. And then can is a kind of a weird word, so you know, be a bit more definitive, like we do, we build, we create. Can is sort of, it weakens the meaning. That's what I would change text-wise. Numbers, projects. Yeah, see, this is good because you could put your stuff here and it's clickable, and then it'll take you to, or it's going to open some kind of overlay. Okay, yeah, this template is good. You just deleted the home red. Yeah, the rest is default. I see. Yes, it comes with the stuff. Views, contact. Okay, some form here. I see. Like you left some of the default stuff. So when we click view all projects, so I'm going back to the home page. Let me see. There's services about us projects, but when I click projects here, then I go to services page. That projects is disappeared. So yeah, there is some work needed in the menus too. Yeah, sometimes that's confusing in WordPress that you create menus and you add URLs to it or not. So maybe there's something missing. Yeah, I would keep this template. Just you gotta customize it. Yeah, just the home unit. Sorry, I keep bringing up the other stuff that I'm seeing, but yeah, you'll get to it when you start changing. Cool, nice. So yeah, I can see the old logo, persona theme. Yeah, cool. Nice job, man. Actually, it went to the theme's homepage, so that's why. So much sense now. Yeah, I'm looking at the status bar, and it's showing an absolute URL. Handling for projects. You just actually yeah. I know the pain when you're in the middle of projects. Yeah. Well, one thing I might say is if your projects are gonna take long time, turn the website to turn on the maintenance mode. There's a plugin for WordPress, so you could be previewing yourself. You work on the website in a private mode. People get to see some under construction. At least you won't feel like you have to rush, and then people will see half finished with. So, I think the plugin is called maintenance. To put a big picture and some text that looks professionally under construction, then you can just work it out in the background. I actually do that sometimes. I think it's maintenance WordPress plugin. Um, this might be it. Yeah, this is it. There's this mountain default under construction thing. Um, yeah, this is the one. There's some basic text. You could put links. Looks okay. Very simple management. You just type in a few things and it puts the website on maintenance mode. Cool. I can hear that lunch is cooking. I might actually take a break soon. Let's. So now that we fix this, this is telling us there's poor quality. Let's fix the quality. Then this is going to error out. Now it has out of bounds speed. Because when I hardcode this to 0, the minimum here is 50. So it's going to give us that. So how do we handle this? So a lot of the time, we won't have gusting wind. Problem is, because we are normalizing and we consider absolute zero as 50, Cannot rely on that. We cannot say the normalized zero means there is no gusting wind. There will always be gusting. Um, this is a tricky situation. Well, code is life. Well, I've done this 20 years, so used to it now. Oh, the problem is not necessarily a problem. It's like a decision more so. Um, so there is gusting wind sometimes. Gusting means another viewer was asking me that. So there's normal wind speed, but sometimes when it gusts, it's like there's a burst of like wind. So today there's a storm in Toronto, perfect day. So normally this is the wind speed, but when it picks up, it goes up to 91. Now, in the weather records, sometimes this doesn't exist because it's just a normal wind speed some days. So this is Toronto's 2010 weather records. There's wind speed here. In this third part, 0026. So it just happens that for 2010, a lot of the hours on January 1st, they didn't actually have gusting. At a certain hour, they had gusting wind. So this record kind of doesn't exist sometimes. The field exists, but the value doesn't exist, meaning there is no gusting wind. If there is, the values are between 50 and 1100. We cannot just assume that the minimum value means there is no gusting wind. We need a marker that says there is no gusting wind, but if the marker says there is gusting, then we read the values. We kind of need to break this into two, perhaps. I think that's really what's required here. I'll do something like call it existence or exists. And I have to determine whether it exists or not. That's the challenging part. Okay. Yeah, so I need a marker to say, well, does it exist, true or false? If it does exist, then the system that's going to take it into account will read the value. There's no need to read the value speed if it doesn't exist. This by itself cannot do all that job. Problem is, it doesn't exist. I think this is where I'll bypass it automatically. I am 100% confident. Lunch is here, so I'm going to have lunch break. Well, it's almost 4 o'clock, it's like dinner, and I'll be back soon. So the stream will be on break screen. See you later. Let's continue. So yeah, just a quick recap. So the OC1 property stands for the gusting wind, and the difficulty was the existence of the field or not. If it doesn't exist, we should mark it. And in the case that it exists, then the speed will matter. We cannot assume that the speed being zero. Sorry, what was I saying? So yeah, we cannot assume that just because speed is zero, the field doesn't exist. So, and by zero, I mean the normalized value is zero. If it's zero in the normalized, that should be 50 in its own scale, which is 5 meters per second. So we'll see. So normally for this to matter, even if 5 meters per second, which means that on a day when it's not windy, for this to have 5 meters per second gusting, it's still, you know, short bursts, feeble. This is really like a storm. Okay, so I think this is what I am going to do. I need to bail out quickly here. I cannot just assume this is the value that I'm going to keep parsing, because at this point I have no way of knowing whether these two values are not going to let me understand the existence. The fact that I'm here is already proof that it doesn't exist. So instead of fixing the record, we are going to bail out early here, and we are going to say this is the record we want to output back into the expander system. So we'll say this, and the speed will be this could just be black. I don't know how I'm hard coding this. We could normalize this to do something like this. And we'll just pass 0, and it's going to normalize it based on its minimum maximum. So that's fine. Now, if it does exist, then you parse it. Then this should be true, except when you say true, this should be 0 in normal values. This is where I'll hard code it. Here it should be 1. So in Godot, that will be marked either black or white. But we have to put it. So speed is going to come here normalized. So when we do this, I don't think we'll see more errors. Everything will be processed, so that's good news. When we refresh this, this is of course the flattened part. This is the image data. This has to be fixed, but the fact that these two are seen here is good news. That means for 85 dust exists. It's 1 here, and this is the value. I'm actually looking for cases where the gust doesn't exist. Some of these should actually say 0. That's concerning. This is the sanitized version. Let's look at this. The fact that this is minus is not good. This is 0. That's good. Okay, so then I have multiple cases. This is why is this in the minus? In fact, when this was 0, what is happening here? OC1. Oh, okay. That's dumb of me. Because yeah, I think I'm going to hardcode that too. Because I was hoping it would actually give this. But it's going to give it up to calculation, so I'm just gonna. So if this is 1, then we'll read it. Some random check here. When I save it, row 51, let's look again. 0, 0, and when it says 1, then we should get some positive values. Of course, it's not always gusting. I think I had some gusting values here. There you go. So this is roughly 7% in that range. Look this up. The direction is, this is close to 300 degrees. So 27 gonna roughly correspond to something here. Somewhere here. So some of these will have gusting. C1, right? So close enough, we do have it here. Yeah, I have to check these values later in the simulation. I think to be 100% sure if this is done, gotta run the macro. So let's say yes. Let's look at C. Index 12. Actually, index 11 because 1 is header and it's also 1 here. So index 11 in the result will have something, and then it will. Let's look at 10. So this should say 0 and this should say 1. Good. And then we should skip 1. So it should say 0 because we just got here, and then next one should say something and the value will be slightly lower. So this should say 1 and the value is 35. This is 45. So good. So it's doing its job. So when this data is written, of course, if I trigger this in Godot, it's going to fail for this reason. This has to be done too. We'll get to that part. Let's see if we can do more of these identifiers. OD1, OD3. Let's get with that. We'll get on with that. It's as if I saw something like this a few fields before. I swear I just saw it. The one before this one, this long one. OA1 was like that. Supplementary wind observation. 5-period speed rate. Now, all of a sudden, oh boy. Yeah, first they will have OD1. These guys don't. This is Bangkok. This is Istanbul. They don't have it. They are done with OC1 actually. And Tokyo. Tokyo has OC1. That's it. Yeah, crazy wind. Okay, so where do we go from here? OD1, OD3. I'm going to, as usual, type this. If it's important, we'll do it later. So we are saving this as OD1. We need a comment line here. And we do the same thing for OD2 and OD3. OE3, summary of the wind observation. Finally, relative humidity. We got there. I just did OE. Wait a minute, that was never. I guess I missed. C1, OD1, 3 OE. Yeah, I missed that. Interesting. 6 fields. Yeah. Just too many. So 1, 2, 5, 3, 4, 1. Which means we now have 3 more fields, so this is 201. Okay, RH 1 and 3. Unfortunately, I haven't seen that measured. Disturbing. Let's look at the original record. Yeah, done. Okay, this is RH1. It's about relative humidity. Except it's missing. Do you guys have it in Bangkok? Let's see. RH, no. Okay, this is going to be fun. It's about percentage, right? I have a question myself, but to the audience as well. How do you calculate relative humidity? And more importantly, why is the max value 74? Oh, sorry, this is period quantity. This is not percentage. Percentage, yeah. I was gonna say this is percentage. Then why is it capped at 74.4? Thinking this factor was 10. It's sort of sad that there is no relative humidity measured. Not even in Istanbul. Let's see. Nope. So unfortunately for now, This is all going to be this. So now we are at SA1. Sea surface temperature observation. I don't think it's relevant. Say one, right? That's it. Soil temperature. It's T1, just one. Moving on. This is a lot of fields. UA wave emissions. Okay, another one. Then UA1 is followed by UG1. Primary swell identifier. Whatever you say. Primary swell. UG2, secondary swell. And then WA1. Platform ice accretion. That's a fancy word. Toronto doesn't bother. Even though we have icing from fog, icing from... Okay, platform ice accretion is WA1. What else? WD1. Did I get WD40? This one is the water surface ice observation. It's more advanced than the previous one. Direction. Finally, W1. Ice historical observation. So we might be done. And historical stuff. Hey man, how are you? I'm continuing that list from yesterday, and I think I might be finally done. There's a long list of fields here, which is going to go another page. And that's the last one. Now we are in the remarks data section. More modeling doesn't look... Maybe you'll have a picture of it. It looked good yesterday too, mind you. Yeah, I'm not doing that much visual stuff these days. When I am able to process all this data, I'm probably going to do some UI work and maybe visual representation soon, but I'm almost at that point to make sense of the data. So we are 10 pages away. I think the last 2 pages were disclaimer anyway. A few pages away from finishing this bloody document. I'm gonna quickly check if this remarks section is important at all. For that, I'm going to have to open or refer to one of these. This is Tokyo 2010. So here's the remarks section. So this is gonna make sense after I go. Met 069 is this metar, okay. Field length 3. Let's switch to the other music stream. The quantity that indicates the length of an individual geophysical point observation remark text. So in other words, when it says 69, 069, it's a quantity, which means this field is going to be 69 characters. That's what I'm understanding. It's a quality check. In fact, we can actually look at that. Where it says 69 and 80, there should be 11 characters more. Count 5 here, and then 5 here, there's space, that's 11. Let's see the image. That's how far you got today. Wow. Big change since yesterday. Cool. Yeah, I think the topology looks good. Well, I'm no expert, but this is always a problem area, right? It's an ankle part. Down, 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 it's going, and then I think this makes sense. To my eye, at least. I think, yeah, it looks decent. I think there is just one maybe thing wrong here. So I see quads, 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 and then this here. That's a quad too. But it's as if this is not what was the term you used yesterday? The flow, edge flow. Looks kind of broken here. Yeah, groin is yeah, but the foot is clean. Also, side of pecs need work. I think this is great improvements. Wow. Yesterday wasn't. I saw a different image yesterday, right? That looks nicely done. Cool stuff. And the foot is, yeah, you said it's good. Yeah, this is actually wrapping, and then it flows up. Cool, nice job. Was a sculpted miss. So it's time consuming, right? Yeah. Doing the retopology. It's a necessary evil, I guess. Terminated one edge on the toes from the top of the foot. Yeah. And then there's the whole fingers, the toes stuff, right? This is finishing off in a more or less square way, flat way. And then there's that other level of complexity with the toes. You can only imagine. 5 hours, wow. Well, you know what? It's good stream material, I bet. Because when you do visual stuff, people usually tend to hang out longer. Yeah, that's the thing, right? You gotta spend more time, and then maybe you'll get it down to an hour less next time, and that's how we improve, really. Good job, though, really. These are all the heads watching your stream from a few hours ago, I bet. Oh, yeah. That's the goal. You want to listen to advice so you could ignore. That's the main goal. Yeah, that's what advice is for. So you know what you could ignore. You know your options. Yeah, sometimes it's practice, right? You don't want to make it. Yeah. It's the flow. Flow is important. So this part is disappointing a little bit. Okay, now that we know how many characters this is going to show, how do we make sense of this RJTT? Cool, man. Enjoy your food. I just ate something. I'm still a little bit peckish, but I think I'll take another food break later. Um, Question is, does this even matter? These two lines are almost identical, except this is 30 more here. Something is 1000 less here. More or less the same all the way here. For this to make sense, we should read this part. There's a whole other madness. This stuff. M15. Was it in the other document? I swear it was here. There, FM15, this madness. So fifth page, another boat bites the dust. So this is the meta information. There are fields here. These fields this will make sense if I read this. I remember doing this kind of discovery a month ago or so. For example, let's zoom in a bit and I can this. This is a slightly different notation than FM12, but for this one, what am I looking for? I'm looking for C, this one. This is the low altitude, medium, high altitude cloud formation. I believe this was relative humidity. This is pressure. Things like this. So these things come in a certain order, and at the end of the day, this 10,000 may actually be pressure. I just have to figure out the right place. So since it says, what does it say? Metar. And here it says FM15, we gotta use the FM15. If we want to make sense of that. So for example, 5 fields, it ends with Z. That's what this is. Okay? This is the one. And there's the CCCC. I think this is the station code. In this case, this station is RJTT, and you could also find that which has been removed because I already processed this. So worst case scenario, I will have to come here and process this part too. Using this, because in here there is humidity information which is missing from these fields, which is really disappointing. Then after REM, some of these weather stations have EQD. That is going to be described here. Element quality data section. And this is something I'm really not familiar with. The other one is, yeah, I could read 1,000 pages to make sense of it. This is, I don't know where to start. If this is telling us the data has been collected and reported in a quality fashion, we might be okay with ignoring this. Let's see if we can find a pattern. So, or what is this city? This is Tokyo. It's missing sometimes, or it starts with PO1 or QO1. Okay, so it's the measurement. One is the Air Force. This one is a different institution, and they're also doing surface measurement according to ISD. Okay. Okay, we'll ignore this one. REM might be important. This EQD is not that important. This is still part of EQD. This is when it's marked whether the measurements are done in Celsius or Fahrenheit. Makes sense that it's part of the report, so you read the data. And abbreviations that are used, okay. Some of these flags were referenced in previous identifier. EQD sometimes exists, but QNN rarely exists. And when it does exist, yeah, in most cases, this section is not included. So we'll ignore this part too. And that's the end of the document, which was 126 pages. That's it. So let's look at our file. So we need to have 201 plus 6 mandatory, 207 plus 2, 209 files in, and we do have it. Bingo. Okay, we have the cleaners ready. At least the files exist, and some of these are doing their job. Some of them are waiting for us to write the code so they can do their job, but we have proper error reporting in some cases, or error correcting in some cases. So we could produce files like this, so we can import them into Godot and then output the weather condition. Dorothy Scott, the YouTube bot, bites the dust. It's sad how many bots are lurking in the stream, and they keep bombarding with stupid links. Cool. Humidity is still missing. I want to do a quick check. Let's look at REM. I want to do a quick check. I have in this file 18,923 lines. The first one is, I'll ignore it. Do I have any missing? I can find that by typing that I'm only interested in met. This error why the expression took longer than there you go. Remove multi-line. What we can also do now, multi-line will be, so 18,922 matches is the number. So in this column there are no missing rows. There are no rows with the missing value in this column. In Bangkok there is REM value. Let's do another check here too. Okay. This is going to be a problem. Because it's not all metar, it's also synoptic too. Yeah. Somewhere here. Oh, you also give this too. Okay. So that's good. I can actually only take this part. Let's look at this. Because synoptic is not reliable, I usually have metar. So I have to decipher this. Somewhere here, there is relative humidity. I gotta look at my notes. Maybe there are some signs here that are similar to synoptic. The notes that I'm talking about is if I could, well, Can I really show it right to the kid? Anyway, I have a whole page here that is looking extremely cryptic. Station number. We don't do that here. Which is CCC, 4 Cs. Amount of precipitation is marked with R in synoptic, which could be one of these R's. I don't know. Maybe that's marked. Pressure tendency, nope. Air temperature in tenths of a degree, TTT. This sounds like it. Where is humidity? Relative humidity of the air in percent. It's either TDs or U's. Which, yeah, this looks more like it. Okay, so T prime double is might be relative humidity. Let's look it up. They've at least copied it and pasted. I don't believe you. You exist somewhere. You exist in. I do remember reading about you. Here it is. Since it's T, I'll go here, scroll up. So T should be near. Uppercase, there you go. Uppercase T prime. T prime double, air temperature in whole degrees Celsius for FM 15 and 16. So we are on the right track. Then this one. So the field that I found is doing air temperature and dew temperature in whole degrees Celsius. So it's not scaled by 10. So here's a way of seeing if that information is. Gotta know where it is though in the fields here. So page 222. Let's take this down. Go away. So the 4 C's are the weather station's code, RJTT. And you have 5 digits followed by Z. Then you have nothing. Auto. Okay. This is, I believe, marking whether the station is automatic sensors or not. It's fine. Trying to find this here. So far we are kind of here. It ends with KT, which is this. That's good news. And you have 4 digits. In this case it's 9. Because this is a different system. Fine. So then you have few. 0.20. Should have started with this. Here's more explanation here. So we've just done this 4 V's. Yep. It's the runway visibility. I remember that in the other this few part is, oh, I think could you do few as a case sensitive? Right, this. There you go. This is few clouds. Yeah. So this is the cloudiness. Then you have slash. That okay. That slash is gonna come. Yeah. This is the cloudiness, which is marked with few or something. There's a slash here. 0.5. That's the R section. DR. Look at this one after few. Cloudiness, okay. Cloud types and such. We go to temperature here. This is the due. It's 0508. Okay. This is the full value. By the way, this 0508, I think we could confirm. Right there. It's 0508. Could confirm that. That's good news. This is pressure. which is, yeah, 1004. RMK, R, or RE, recent weather phenomenon. Okay. I still don't see humidity here. It's concerning. Group RMK, right there. Included by national decision, which shall not be disseminated internationally. So they pass some information here, which is not supposed to be. That's nice. So somewhere here, did I miss humidity? I have then the same question. How does one calculate relative humidity? Partial pressure of water vapor, equilibrium water pressure. So do we calculate that based on the other values? That's why they never marked it. Because I've been looking for that value here, but that is maybe always deduced. And there was actually even a calculator. Let's look it up. So relative humidity, outside temperature. Let's say it's 25 degrees. Fucking kidding me. This is what we are trying to calculate, and that's what you're asking. This is like a joke. Okay, so the calculator is asking about the value it's supposed to calculate, so that it could do this. If there was a star system, you would get -1. Sorry, that is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Temperature is 25. Dew is 21. This also looks weird. Okay, at least it calculates this. I don't need to type it. Spreadsheet ready equations for each unknown in terms of the two knowns. Awesome. So relative humidity is calculated as such. 100 times exponential. This TD is dew point. See, yeah. Then there's still the TD here in the calculation, some T and some T here. So that's good news. So we could calculate. I always have access to dew point and temperature. I could calculate relative humidity, which is going to be useful in doing crazy things like this. Log in here. How do I log in? Bailout. Okay, I'm already there. So to do crazy things like this, which is calculating the evaporation rate, which is using relative humidity, pressure, surface area, wind speed, that kind of thing. This is good news that out of these two, we'll get to this value. Awesome. So we are set, which means in Godot, I could be calculating this. So I already did this, but I did not normalize. This is the missing link condition. Because that's something that we discovered yesterday, but we did not write the parser for that. That might be sky cover, GA1 to GA6. Yeah. GA1 to GA6. Sky cover layer identifier. Height property of this measurement might be useful, but not sure. Coverage is calculated as, that's it. So I'm holding the value. I'm even normalizing it, but I'm not turning it into text. This text has to be output here. And we may want to incorporate the height of this record, or the height of this cloud formation. Yes, it's covering the sky, but how tall it is and that kind, which will change the light conditions. So there's that GA section. At my notes, we have done MA1, MD1, pressure and tendency. That's good. AJ1, AK1, AL1, snow bits, they work together. AK1 is more date specific. That's the note that I have. Let's look at you. This, the identifier that represents snow depth, greatest snow depth on the ground. We haven't actually created that. Going to be important. There is AJ1, snow depth data section, and there's AL1. This is the accumulation. Finally, let's look at AA1 to 4. Liquid precipitation. This was a bit iffy. I said unreliable, but still important. I said unreliable because, let me refresh my memory, because it didn't exist for all the cities. That's it. This is Tokyo. They don't have it here. This is Istanbul. They do have it. Bangkok has it. Toronto has it. I don't know why Tokyo didn't bother with the precipitation. Let me open Tokyo again. 2005 Tokyo. Yeah, there's no AA1 or any of the double A's. In fact, kind of the whole A block is, if you think about the A blocks, which is quite a lot, and then you have C blocks, that's also a lot. We have close to 100 fields here. They are all missing. And now suddenly Tokyo decides to go with ED1 and GA1. Bizarre. So what happened here, Tokyo? Which is the reason why I'm willing to investigate other weather stations in Tokyo or in some other cities. The disappointing part or the shocking part is this. I thought this is the international airport. So you would think they would measure something like that. However, this record was collected as a result of some programmatic decision. So this is something that I explained yesterday, but a quick recap for myself too. Out of all the cities that have over 1 million population, these cities have multiple weather stations. I am checking the weather stations closeness to the city center, and I'm checking whether they have at least 30 years of record and if the recent measurement is done by 2010. So this is actually giving the best station available, but it doesn't check it in terms of record completeness. It doesn't know any of this. So for Tokyo, I might have to pick different data set. So this is gonna be the, which means this code number will change. It's going to be a 47 something, a different number here, maybe 72. That weather station might have better data. For now, we'll stick with Toronto. And then go from there. So let's update our stream goals. I think this is what I meant by finishing ISD measurements. This document is finished. This is done. If anything, we'll go in to seek some details, but we are at that point to fill out the remaining two here. I just figured out how to calculate this, and I have to do a better job here with the coverage. So this is how I'm going to treat this. I will assume 99 is missing. Well, sorry. If I ever read 99, I will assume that it's not in min-max. So we are going to get a warning. Anything else from 0 to 10 is the min-max. So for GA1, I'm going to go to some of this. I'm going to go to constants. In fact, I think that I already started that work. GA1 coverage is this. Let's help you a little bit. So the 0 and 10 are going to be mapped this way. I want to read about this Octas business. Might help me make a better decision. That's what I thought. It's divided into eighths. Completely overcast, 8 octas. So it's 9 values. So when 8 is covered, what is 9 and 10? Partial. Why do you even need that? Sky completely clear. Sky completely clouded. Sky obstructed from view. Yeah, in the sign-up code, there's an extra cloud cover indicator 9, indicating that the sky is totally obscured, hidden from view, usually due to dense. Oh, I see. So we cannot really see from the fog. or heavy snow. Interesting. Cool. I'm gonna make some tea and crack the code with this. Where do we go from here? Check the weather. Look crazy windy out there. Can you hear it? So we have to correspond numerical values to text values, something partly cloudy. This is happening in GA1, but if I recall, there are multiple GACS. So I think in one case we had 2 or 3, 4, even 5. This is where is Toronto? But to let the cat out just a sec. So somewhere here we have, which is what, January 2nd actually, near the beginning of the file, we have this is weird. Okay, need to expand this. This is GA4 3, 2, 1. I'm looking at the height. The second marker here is the height. Right. The third one, sorry. I usually ignore this. This is the quality check. It's the lowest surface of a cloud. So, in other words, they have measured 4 cloud formations. The first cloud formation is covering the sky 2 octas. The second 2 octas, the third 2 octas, and this one is covering 4 octas. But their height is different. So it's covering most of the sky at a higher height. This last 99 is the cloud type, if I recall, which is missing. So they couldn't figure out the cloud type, but they know there's a cloud. So how much of this information is important, relevant, such? It is safe to assume that you either have GA1 or not, but you don't have GA2, but not have GA1. So if GA1 exists, it's good enough. If it doesn't exist, I already have error correction here in GA1, so we are figuring it out. So fine. So I want the data to exist, but to tell me that the value is 0. So it's open sky. And we would have that sometime in the summer, perhaps. So let's go to the middle values in summer. It's kind of rare, right? Open sky is late June. In fact, we could actually test it right away. So here's data. Here's regular expression. We are looking for anything that starts with this, that actually has 00. There are no matches. There are no matches here either. So in Toronto, in 2010, there has never been 00 or 01 as measured. We never had clear sky. We never had slightly covered. Interesting case. Let's look at Istanbul. A1. Okay, so in Istanbul we do have clear sky. Not all. Tokyo. Tokyo. No matches, so Tokyo also has covered sky. Bangkok. I think Bangkok is missing a lot of. But this is what I was saying. If this is missing here too. Means we'll be just fine with GA1. Okay. So I guess all there is left to do is this coverage is still 0 to 10. Perfect 0 is no coverage, so 0.1 is going to be slightly covered. So 0.8 will mean covered, which is overcast, which is this case. 8 octaves, 8 octaves. And then there's obscure, which is this case. Then partial obscuration, and we skip this one. Okay, because this is textually more clear, but this is more precise. So I'll keep this here so I could remember how to implement it in Godot. Or I could do that right now, or let me see. I think it's much more interesting to do this calculator work. Relative humidity. Let's see. I have a test case here. Let's go to Godot. The test case we have. This is the weather thing. Yep, go. Let's open that scene. Okay, I have access to humidity field. Am I updating it? I'm not updating it. By the way, the weather system is responsible for calculating some stuff. I should not be calculating it when I'm updating the UI, which means we have to go into weather system. The weather system should have a function. I will just write it somewhere. Like this. Func get RH. Okay. This is the formula. As far as I know, Godot is using exp as a notation to take the power of E. So will you just return this? This TD is dew temperature, which is this. So now is the time to correct these values so that I don't do monkey business like this, because I'm doing the scaling here. before we get to that point, let's at least make sure this is working. So for TD, I'm going to replace it with this, and I'm going to put it for this. This is the right way. Then we have T's, which is temperature, which is the same, which is very similar, except instead of do, I'm typing this. So this should work. So if I say this, and in weather I do humidity text is weather system get RH. Let's run it. RH is going to return float, just to be converted to string. Can do it like this. It's going to be like that, percentage perhaps. So do it. Of course, this has to be an array. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh. I've been messing up with the data so much. I did not encode it again. Done. Which is probably missing. Let's simulate it here. This is correct. So oh, okay. So one thing is not happening is because I'm moving too many things around at the same time. There's this guy that is talking about coverage. Fine. Have I changed the order of this? This LPGA one. The rest is there, but it's ignored. By that I mean are we looking at this is Toronto. Let's look at the image date. This should have this is a problem, which is probably giving up at some point. In fact, I think that probably caused an error. And I ignored it. There you go. How can you convert string into color? When I'm normalizing the decimal values, which are values between 0 and 1. That's one thing. I could find a color code for that, but if it's coming as a string, I cannot do that. Exactly what we should fix. Which is happening in what field? 7. 7 is, I forgot, tendency, pressure, SLP. That's SLP. This pressure, which is this guy, right, which is open here. This should not say text value. We should say, I'm going to put a comment here and I'll say, let's say steady is 0.5. Okay. Then we have rising as 1.0. And then falling is 0, 0. Makes sense. Okay. In fact, I'm going to turn them into constants. Constant, steady. Going to be this. Rising is going to be that. Falling is going to be this. So then you can say, I'm going to return this. Good, sir. Rising, rising, steady. Done. Now it will be normalized. Let's run it. So this should no longer say rising as text. Tendency is going to be, of course, I'm not normalizing it. It should be, this should also be normalized. Because normalization process is giving us result in this way. This is essentially what I'm trying. I don't want to create another min-max in constants just for the sake of fitting the values. This is what we are trying to do. In fact, instead of doing it there, this way. Run it again. Now, say, I can already see the values fixed actually. Now, when Godot takes this, it will no longer give an error. Run it. What I have satisfied so far is this file. Now we have 18 fields. This is the 18 we see here. Kinda. Or here. 0, 17. This will no longer say rising, so it's so we could do something like this at least in Godot. If this part looks all jacked up, at least we could do this tendency part. Right now, what is this value that I'm outputting here? In tendency, distance, visibility distance. So I'm not going to bother with this. I'm going to get a different measurement, which is going to be SLP tendency. Okay. Get measurement for, okay. This is where I'm going to do the scaling to. We'll get there soon. So we don't do anything like this, ever. So this IST min max, this is looking very similar to this one. So we'll fix that. So this is what we can do right now. Let's go with this. The tendency. Yeah, I did not. Yeah, I have to define the pixel for this, right? At least that. And then how do you decode the minimum maximum? Is 0, 1, which is. So what's the pixel for this? 7? Kind of explains some of this stuff that is weird, because did I inject something in other fields? Let's look at the sanitized version so I can wrap my head around it. So 0, 1 is direction and speed. Ceiling height is 2. Visibility is 3 for sure. There is no monkey business here. This is all straightforward. Then SLP is continuing the number, which is 6, and then this should be 7. And after SLP we have GA, which should be 8 now. And because this is kind of arbitrary, it's prone to errors. And then we'll type this min 0 and max 1. Let's see if this is. Okay, it says S here. I don't know why. Because it's steady. It's actually doing S steady. At some point this should be rising. Or I'm completely wrong about this. I'm wrong about this, and I'll tell you why. Put the decimal value here. That's what's missing, first of all. Because I'm also not doing the formatting. So this will either say 1, 0, or 0.5. The text value is not mapped. The fact that it's saying 1 all this time is it's rising. Or this is rounding to the nearest value, which is problematic as well. Which is also what's happening here too, with the float value. When we get RH, maybe that should not be multiplied by this. That's scared the hell out of me. Let's start with this. Let's not multiply it by 100. Then it's going to be defaulted to 0. This is giving the error because simulator is running in the plugin. That's fine. Pressure, humidity. This is it. RH is problematic. This sort of thing happens when float value is rounded. If it's not rounded, say if it's 0.65, what the hell? Humidity. What is going on with humidity? Humidity value. Just ignore any of this. Just put this. What is happening? Okay. This is putting only one digit. I get that. So then you do something like this. And imagine we have the 100 coming from the place. So you always show 2 digits. Is there a different kind of problem? Not enough arguments. 65, fine. So we need a 10 comps is. So let's calculate this. Go in here and put a breakpoint. Kind of need to know the value of this var RH. Take all this, put this here, and you return RH. Okay. So do this. Now, what is RH? It's this. So all of a sudden, Godot decides to convert this to 0 because it's kind of 0 because it's close enough. So let's multiply it by 100. This is close enough, and here's the problem. Okay, the reason why this is not working is because the values are extremely skewed, and the proof of that is let this go. and it's gonna hit this again. Fine, just let it go. Because in the calculation of humidity, we are taking into account temperature and dew point, and they are extremely apart. The fact that temperature is set to a fixed value is concerning. I don't really know what's happening there. Temperature. It's as if all of a sudden temperature is extremely skewed. Okay, Toronto, January 1st, here is the temperature, 1.6 degrees. What is it in normalized data? This is not the image data, right? This is the image data. So I'm looking at what the... For this to be 61%, it makes sense that it's 60 degrees or such. And oh, sorry, my bad. This is a wind direction. Temperature is in which field? 0, 1, 2, 4th. It's all index based. So, okay, this is the temperature. 61 something, equally wrong. It should at least change a bit. More or less the same. I get that because similar temperatures fluctuating around 1 degree. Get that. As the days get... Oh, by the way, this data is right now reading from day 100. So let's do this. Then we'll be in the minuses and this is gonna go crazy. Oh, that's fun. I messed up somewhere. I messed up. If you look at this, geography matters. Did I close that? Yeah, I think I did close that. I shouldn't have. Oops. Save. Finish the plugin. Trigger the plugin. Let's see. Oh, I think I remember why. Let's do -1. This is the reason why it's starting at a later hour. 8. Good. This is 220. Let's refresh again. This is the value I want to check. I should be seeing 16, 8, and then 10, 8, and 0. I'm going to keep this here. Sixteen, 8, and 0, and 10. 10 was wrong, but maybe that's how I fixed the data. I don't remember. Looking at this is not correct, but this is meaningful. Hour 12 had some bizarre value. By the way, this is also not the final value because, for example, this one is gone. I should be looking at this. This is the exported data. Yeah, 1010 made sense, and at 12, yeah, we had this case here. 12 means 13 here. Okay, so this is correct. So this cloud coverage 2 is going to correspond to some text, but before that I thought I should do the humidity. Instead of doing humidity simulation here, I thought I got cocky. I guess I thought I could do it just in the file here, right? Now all this is messed up too. Because these values should be more or less the same. In this case, let's zero the hour. So say 0 hour. This is the first record because we do -1. These values should be very similar to these initial values here. Which is quite wrong. I still have to do this standard, the minimum maximum standard file. So maybe I should focus on that. So this is missing pixel value compared to this one. So let's do pixel, say 0. Because yeah, we need all this anyway. It's as if this 61.8 is what's happening here. And then the minimum value, 93.2. That's exactly what's happening. So it doesn't... It's like it's missing value and... Anyhow, we need to do this. 5, 6. In OC1, I'm returning whether the gust exists or not. Careful about that. Oh. Yeah. So that should have the previous pixel value. Meaning for this one, this kind of feels like overkill. Yeah, I'm not going to process 4, 5, 6, 7 here. I'll remove them from the output too. This needs another field. This needs exists. This doesn't have a minimum and maximum, but it should have a pixel value. And the pixel value is 11. The other one is going to be 12. Because this is not easy to read, do this. Okay, that makes sense. Now this is not, maybe it's not valid JSON. Let's check that. Definitely not, because this needs a structure like this. Validate. It's not, because this has to be JSONified. This object. Anything that you see before this, but not including that, select that and do this and put this. Okay, that's that. Now let's take this, put in here. Are you valid? You are not. Why are you not valid? Because coverage is, oh, okay, because I have not included decimals, so it could also have decimal. So you do this, valid JSON, done. Now this has to be a file so that both Godot and Node.js can utilize this. Save that in. This file is in work data folder, right? In fact, it's actually in work folder, but in add-ons. This one is in resources folder, some other data folder in resources, which is not in work folder. Need a mechanism that reads same place. In other words, this is the Godot project folder. This is going to be exported. This is where I do some of my data processing work. I think it makes sense to put in a Godot folder because that's where the game will ultimately make sense of this file, and then my processing code can actually go out and read this later. Which means we go here into Godot work folder, data. I already created something similar. This is weather observation, which is this file, the fun file. So in here, we'll create another file. I will call it weather processing info. I'm running out of names. JSON. Paste this, done. Now this file has to be read by this guy. In fact, this constant will be fire. This is the fun part here. So I'm in climate data folder. I just went out. I'm in geography matters. Go out. Go out. One more time. Work. Slash data slash weather processing info JSON. That's what it is. It will still be accessible to our scripts, hopefully. And here's a way to test it. Fortunately, it's not. Let's see. Cannot read property observation of undefined. I messed up something. This. I don't think the problem is here. I messed up something else somewhere. Let's remove these redundant. Okay, cleaners MW4 is trying to run. That is the problem. And of course, since it doesn't exist here, what is the observation code? So something here is calling MW4. If this is not calling index, is definitely trying to output it, which is funny because this is just a reference file. These things are not doing anything by themselves. Maybe I did not save before. Okay, so this is what I was expecting. So this file is working as intended, injected here, which means now Godot can also do the same thing. Instead of hard coding it here, I'm going to read it from JSON. I think I already have something for that. Read the entirety of the file. So I already have a utility method, utils, load data. We just need to give the path, which is res data climate weather information, whatever it is, weather processing info. Instead of typing it like that, which is prone to errors, unfortunately Godot doesn't list JSON files. I cannot copy path. Shame. Okay, we'll know if it's not reading. Assume it's gonna give an error. Expected constant expression. This is the information. Load data, which is parsing and giving the results. What am I missing here? Expected a constant expression. That's it. Because the value I'm returning is, yeah, the simulation in the background is running. Let's stop this. Fine. Let's stop the code. Let's refresh the plugin. So far, what I have done may not have fixed the problem, but I'm on the right track. The file has been encoded. That's good news. Let's run the actual simulator. Okay, now we are trying to read sea level pressure tendency. error we are getting is there is no such thing as tendency in dictionary. Interesting. Which means this file in SLP, yeah, there is no tendency. See, that's what I fixed in, I think, Godot, and then I did not do it here. There has to be a tendency. This is where I wasn't sure about the minimum maximum. This is the weakest part of the system, that if I'm going to go with sequential pixels, I need a way to change these pixels, or I'll have to write it into a different pixel. I think I figured out a way to automate this. Let's do this manually for now. As dumb as it looks. I just want to test one thing at a time, and then I'll create a better system for this. Always something better. A different kind of error. It's about tendency. It's trying to find minimum maximum. It couldn't. It failed. Understandable. Don't feel upset. Minimum is going to be perhaps 0, and we'll force the maximum to be 1. Do it. Still wrong values, but a better system. It's failing in a more quality way, let's say. Whatever that makes. Whatever sense that makes. Simulator. Oh, by the way, when I updated the data, I have not written the correct values in the right pixels. I have to be encoding the data. Run. Now run. There's no guarantee it will fix itself, but at least we're on the right track, which means the values here will at least be correct. That's correct. And yeah. So these values used to show here correctly as well last week or even yesterday. I must have done something, obviously. But a quick leg stretch. I'll be back. So we definitely have a min-max problem. The dew point seems to be working fine. In fact, I think I can check that, the validity of that. So day 7 noon, which will correspond to 6 times 24, 144, 156. Okay. It's going to be 157 here. This one. Guessing. This is the dew point. Minus 6 degrees. I think quite wrong. What is it here that is correct? What's the wind speed? That's one thing that I'm really relying on. Okay, 5.1, which should be multiplied by 3.6, so 18.36, which checks out. So we are not all wrong. Pressure is 160, which is also wrong. So what is going on in this file right now? 14 fields. What is reassuring here is that, as far as I remember, because I've been looking at this image for so long, the color distribution here doesn't look different. Which means the data that is converted from real numerical values to normalized values, in other words, the normalized values here are the same. Since they are the same, Godot converts the JSON to PNG correctly. And in fact, when we read the data in this plugin simulator, we read the correct values. It's only at this visual layer, is here, that the conversion is done wrong. That can only mean I'm going to refresh this plugin again and run the simulator, because we do have everything. Yeah, I think at hour 10 we have 10 minus 10, so even the negative cases are done. Coming right up, there you go. So none of that is visualized here. It used to be, like even yesterday. That can mean that the weather system code that I'm writing is doing something wrong. Even though this code is pretty much the code that I took from the plugin simulator, or the simulator plugin, whatever. So I'm trying to decode let's say TMP temperature, right? That's what I'm trying to do. This one. And that is pixel 5. 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not that I should know that. So when I say, give me TMP's temperature measurement, it's going to look up its pixel. And then it's going to read the image. I'm going to ask you a very dumb question. Am I reading the correct image? Weather data. What is weather data? It's the image itself. Where am I reading this? It is in fact the correct image. Is this image? Okay. Then I get the pixel for a certain hour. And I start the decoding process here, which is denormalizing the value, the color value. Well, first it decodes the color value, then it puts the color value to denormalization, which is taking into account the minimum and maximum for that, which is this file. So this hasn't changed. Changed. Let's do the most basic case, wind direction. Instead of putting a literal wind direction, like north, northwest, and that's what we used to do, wind condition, wind direction. So how do I handle that? Okay. Okay, something is missing. When do I do this text conversion? At the time of binding, when I say direction, I'm only getting wind direction. So normally this should just give me the number according to this, right? I recall something like constants. Directions. And I was taking the value and I was dividing it by 22.5 degrees, which corresponds to the angles, so I could find the right direction and figure out the text. This was used somewhere. And I think I know where. Win condition value. Okay, I do that conversion here. Okay, because when I'm okay, there is a value property for this guy. So when I feed in, let's say 220, it does make a lookup to the constants and figure it out. This is in fact coming from so in other words, if you don't want to do this at all, when the direction is just a numerical number, you should be able to see the, which is good. This is exactly what we are seeing, 220, 250, 210. That's it. So that value is read perfectly fine. So I can only assume that, well, I keep saying that these values are okay. There's no reason to think that these values are not okay. What is happening in temperature and dew? Let's play a breakpoint here. This is going to decode something. I have a feeling there's something funny going on here. The breakpoint here. Let's run. 618 minus 932. That's reassuring. That's what is value? What? Whoa. It's maxed out here. Why? Should not be 1. It's the fourth pixel. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this failed. Okay, put this breakpoint here. This is actually okay. Let's run again. So hour is 0, which is fine. X is also going to be 0. X is 4. Okay, because that's the pixel. So inside the code, started as why all the This should not give 1. This lucking unlocking business sometimes what was it? It actually does black, but I've never seen white. Because create which was sorry get pixel. If the image is unlocked, it always returns a color with the value. This is all dark, okay? All black, yeah. Weird. So this should not be coming in as white, because it's not really white at all. It's not reading the channels all of a sudden. Why? Yeah, we are not here yet. Well, anymore. We've just gone from here to here. Why is this returning white? It's a question. I'm going to try something as stupid as this, which I don't think is true. Let's let it go. This. That's interesting. It actually read more or less correct color. This it's not white. Surprising thing here is nothing here was ever white anyway in this region, even if I messed up the X and Y. Nothing here is pure white. This is the final image, that right? Okay, let me load it again. Yeah, nothing here is pure white. Confused. So let this go. See what happens. Still jacked up. This is fine. Or sorry, it can't be fine. Fine. Then it's not fine. Which shouldn't have been fine. This should be fine. The fact that this is actually giving correct result 220, 250, 210. Yeah. This is correct. The rest of the values are coming in wrong. So it's either white or black, which pushes it to the positive maximum or negative to the maximum or minimum. It's either 61.8 or 93 point something. Usually happens around 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. Depending on, yeah, there you go. So where am I messing this up? This is apparently true for wind direction. I have the following question. Going to output sig to test the theory that when the minimum and maximum are not changing signs, we are going to have perfect values. In fact, that is probably the case for speed, but because this is multiplied by 3.6, start to read, this is raw value. But then, here's where I'm confused. How is this working? Let's compare code. This is the code that I took from let's do this. This is weather. Let's close other tabs and then open this. And now we need weather system. There you go, done. This code is used in this simulator. This code is used in this simulator. IST min max weather elements ID. Pretty much the same code. The code is also not changing because it's verbatim the same. I took it. Whereas I have figured out is get measurement for is this. So when I say figured out, I'm passing the image itself, the hour value, and say temperature or wind direction or wind speed, temperature. So this one is only missing the image itself because it's loaded somewhere else. And instead of passing the hour, I'm saying, well, if time is preferred, pass it, otherwise figure out the hour. So the X is the same thing, that is finding the pixel value. And we get the current date, we figure out the hour based on the current time of the day. Then we do weather data lock, which is the image. Here we don't lock the image because this is called from here. At that point we are locking and unlocking the image in. So this is actually simulated somewhere else, that's fine. It's as if this is not called here, this is not called here, but it's going to be sandwiched here. We couldn't do that in here because as soon as you return the data, you can no longer unlock the image. In fact, if you don't do this, there is going to be some trouble. Run this, and we won't even see 220. We are going to see everything maxed because, or min, because it's going to be black, which is the minimum value. So everything is actually absolute minimum. The fact that this is working for wind direction, 220, 250, 210. You know, I have long suspected this denormalization for the changing sign. But how come it's running here? Let's convert the image again. Fish. Simulate. 220, 250, 210. All correct. In fact, it's this image. I'm overwriting that image, right? What is the date modified? 6:54. In fact, I just modified it 2 minutes ago, roughly 2 minutes ago. Oh, here's something that's missing in this whole chain. When I am the simulation here is running just fine because this simulation in the plugin is reading from resources folder. I in fact picked the resources folder here as a path. This thing is reading from the games data folder, which means this file, which is 14 by whatever, has to replace this. This is Toronto. Replace it. In fact, don't replace it. Just don't do it. Bail out. This is the old file, 9 by whatever, from a week ago. Replace it. Now Godot, do your thing. Okay, now run this. There you go. When I was seeing 10, that's actually divided by 10, which is 1 degree, or this checks out. This is good news. Everything else here is checking out. So the export process is not taking into account correct folders. This is good. Now we can fix the wind direction so that it shows text value instead of numerical value. It should say south-southwest, something like that. Phew, this was stupid. And I think now we can fix the humidity because I just saw 100 and well, it could be because then it rains, right? Let me see when it hit 100% because that means these two should be the same. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, the closer they are, the higher this is. Let's go to a summer day. Data, where is my data? Let's go to summer day. Let's say 2:11. See, this is quite a big difference. So as they are going to get closer, the hotter it gets, the more moisture there is here because dew point is also increasing. Humidity goes higher. In fact, when there's low temperature, depending on dew point, there isn't much humidity because there isn't substance to hold it. That was a terrible explanation, but I think I know what I'm talking about in terms of this discrepancy, because that's how we are calculating it. In fact, it's here. The one. So let's fix display of humidity. So I want to put a percentage that it looks more like this. So when you do that here, Godot thinks that you are supposed to put another pounds, another like one of those fields. It's either S or D. I think you do double that. Puts the literal percentage sign. That's more like it. So when the day is 111, yeah. Let's check our initial values. Let's say day 1, 1.6 degrees and 0.8. According to the calculator, 1.6, 0.8. You must leave one of them empty. 94.4. Is that the case? It is. And then the next hour is 93 for 1 and 0. Yeah. I think we have something good going on here. In this process, I either have to refine this process that this image is written in the proper folder, or I have to remember take this image into its full place. But I think on that note, let's recap today's progress. I have finished either incorporating some of the missing measurements from the IST document, or I have completed the list so that there are no missing measurements that needs to be taken into account. So they are either carefully ignored or satisfactorily implemented, whichever way was necessary. I am including cloudiness as complete here in the list because we are putting the value of the coverage, a scale of sort of 1 to 8. There are 2 extra values for cases where the sky is obscure, so you couldn't see from fog or heavy snow. But that's just a text interpretation. Humidity we calculated, so we also did that too. So we have a much better looking weather UI here. This tendency is also could work that out too. So right now it goes between 0 and 1. I'm pretty sure 0.5 is here too for steady. This has to be converted to text, just like this text has to be updated cloud coverage. We'll complete those parts as soon as possible, and then we'll move on to representing those values in a visual way. So we are maybe we're going to write shader code that is going to displace elements on the screen depending on wind speed. And of course, if it rains, then we have to create rain shader. This rain thing is also missing in our I think it was AA1. We have to process it too, but we are on the right track. We have to complete some of these with the missing elements, but that's it. and maybe tomorrow or Monday this work will continue. But for the time being, have a great Saturday night.